it's not all about whether the laws are there. Let's start the production. And maybe in my presentation, I will maybe shed light on the funding issues and mitigation. Thank you.
We are okay.
What is shouldn't be an issue to
Funding is an issue to you. Funding has been an issue to me. Not just to say, oh, that's all.
What is the issue of
Sorry, innovative again with my response to whether Nigerians are members of it's purely an indigenous company. So it's an indigenous company. And then
are you a Nigerian?
I am. So what stage of trials, clinical trials, are we with our candidate vaccines? It's the COVID candidate vaccine and then the Lassa that we are ready to go into phase 1 trial.
So, this men, are they ready? They want to present on that. Yeah? They want to present online. So I think we can drop them. I think they're ready. This make are they ready? So I think we can now jump to it. So I think we can, it's time for us to take presentations from our development partners.
Hello. People complain about taxes. 4 companies had GMP. Now, one with PQ product. How are they doing? Those 4 companies in 2014 that got GMP certification, some of them are under. Some of them have been sold to other users. What are the challenges? The environment, did it support them? We procure from some. There was big party. I wasn't in the place today. Celebration, launching those companies, closing them. We bought for them. For some of them, 4 years down the line, we have not paid them. So that is not good for this business. The regulatory authority, DCN and NAFDAC attained maturity level 3, which is a good thing for us. For human resource, yes, we have a lot of people in Nigeria, but we need specialized engineers, industrial pharmacists, and scientists to develop new products and also to innovate. Interestingly, we have Nigerians all over the world doing this. We have Nigerians in country doing it, but we don't even know they are doing it. And we had it like this. There are so many like that. Converting, linking down to industry has been a very big challenge in the country. Technology transfer. This requires understanding the existing market opportunities. You don't bring a technology that will cure a disease that is not rampant in Nigeria. Just like you want to take your company now, you now say you want to go and be manufacturing anti-malaria in the US. You need to understand, before you bring the technology, what is it that the market offers? That will determine the kind of technology you will start transfer in the first instance. I am saying this because even with our colleagues in the university, you see, I have a very close friend. We started work together in Wuse Hospital in 2004. Very brilliant guy. He got opportunity to go abroad, sponsor, but the course he went for, when he came back, he started that he has to start over. Because he did it in the Chinese. They are far-end technology thing. I said, look, Sam, it's either you go back there and stay, because here we don't need you. He lectures for some time, then he has gone back for eventually. That's where he belongs to. So, if you are bringing technology, if you are doing research, let it be local content, contextualized for our need. That is when you will have justification to say, we have this research to do. So the landscape of IT will also need to be available. Available skills and adaptation. Is it possible to adapt that technology to our context? Here will be useful things like that we need to understand. So what are the suggested next steps? We need to finalize our strategy, including ecosystem mapping, for us to have a full understanding of the context of all these things we are talking about in Nigeria. And we need now to implement our policy and our strategy. We should not develop these things. All these meetings we are having, are we just checking lists? You need to spend money. That's why we're having this meeting. In the long run, we'll come back here and discuss this again. Technology transfer, we need to consider it. What are the technology we need that are adaptable to Nigeria? Coordination. Madam has gone out. Now, I talked about night bridge, and I'm sorry, I thought even the DG will be here. Night bridge. Because the way I see it, okay, you guys are doing your own. Incidentally, you have fun. Tomorrow we do this. Ministry, they are doing now. For example, we did National Strategic Plan. I was out when they invited me first to do a survey, which I responded and said they are validating the National Strategic Plan. Meanwhile, the ministry is also doing a strategic plan for the same vaccine. We will need to harmonize. we are not carrying along other stakeholders. Now we are bringing in the manufacturer. The Ministry of Finance does not understand what we are talking about because they are not carried along. The Ministry of Science and Technology is not fully on board. I've not even seen anybody there in this meeting. The Ministry of... Okay, don't forget, it's a day about technology. Sorry, I couldn't link it. Thank you. Ministry of Agriculture. That is what I'm coming. Inviting me today, I didn't come. Tomorrow, I didn't come. There's something that needs to be done. I'm coming to you. Say they were invited. Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Investment. So if we finish all these things we are doing, we have a product. But to even implement it to get product, we need Ministry of Finance. So when the Ministry of Health is asking for funding in their budget line, have a budget line for local production, they don't even know. They'll give you 40 million naira. That's a lot of money, isn't it? So we need to coordinate. And in terms of coordination, the ministry needs to do more. That is my own humble opinion. If we don't do that, we will have things just scattered around, and yet we will not be able to move forward. The steering committee, the policy recommended that we have a steering committee, which is co-chaired by the three ministers, Agri, Health, and Science and Tech. They met only once since 2021. I'm not even sure nobody should report me that the current minister realizes that there is a requirement like that. That's why I'm saying there's a need to do a policy. Whether they have done it, if they have done it and they have submitted as not getting feedback, they need to raise it at the management meeting.
The innovation
bring it. We like parties who are there. That's what we do. So we need to improve on coordination. Finance. Implement a comprehensive approach to finance. Somebody said vaccines about national security, which means it should be on the top agenda. Because if there's any outbreak now, we will be afraid we may be wiped out. So it's a security issue. The issue of financing local production of vaccine should be a comprehensive one and a multi-pronged approach, but a coordinated one. Madam, you stepped out, I have yapped you seriously, so that you can take message. Your staff will tell you what you need to do, because I'm really serious about it, to bring to the minister. So we need to implement a comprehensive approach, including the issue of advanced market commitment. And we need to understand what is advanced market commitment, because our manufacturers too think government should just carry money and provide to you. It is not done that way. Advanced market commitments are signed based on evidence, and it provides responsibility for government and for the manufacturers. I heard today, which something that makes me happy, that manufacturers are coming together as consulting. That's one of the best approach, because this is a venture that is prone with a lot of risk. We need to share the risk. We need to be strategic. If you are producing Lassa Viva vaccine, why should I go in there and also produce? And that is the same advice I'm giving to manufacturers who have approached me. They want to go into pre-qualification. Everybody wants to do anti-malaria. That somebody came, they want to do zinc survey. I said, the person that gets to pick you, go and ask him how many business he has done. You have to be very strategic. But when you tell some people the truth, they don't like you. They think because you have supported that one, that's why you are. No, it's about, everything is about business. It boils down to naira and kobo. If you are not strategic about it, if you cannot calculate your market share, don't come to me for advanced market commitment. Because what we are saying is I should guarantee that if you produce 1 million vaccine, I should guarantee that we will use it. And she comes also, I'll guarantee another 1 million. 5 other companies come, and the whole vaccine we need is 2 million. You see that there's problem. I've guaranteed more than what we need. So that's why I say it's going to be a comprehensive one. Out of what you are producing, what percentage can I use in Nigeria? How can I support you also to access the Ghanaian market if they are not producing there? That will be from presidency to presidency discussing that. That is, the advanced market guarantee is comprehensive than what we look at. That once I give it to you, you now think that you can now go outside and be importing. I gave it to you because I want you to manufacture locally, and that is not for fun. What I am looking at is, this man came late. What I'm looking at is that how many people your company is even going to employ. I'm giving that advanced market guarantee, but I'm looking at beyond that you make the vaccine available. How many Nigerians are you going to employ? What other products, even if it is packaging material, that you are going to be, using, consuming? That is another business for Nigeria. But you come to me, I should give you advanced market guarantee or commitment. You are bringing 80% of all you need from Obodo. What you are telling me to do is to create business for that other country using taxpayers' money in this country. So that's why I say implementing issue of finance, it has to be very broad and comprehensive. In fact, there should be a commission that, like a committee that the minister should convey, but led by people in finance, trade and industry, commerce. It's not about earth. The determinants of earth is far beyond the domain of earth. In fact, Ministry of Water Resources, inclusive, you wonder how it's affected. Ministry of Agriculture, inclusive. Because I want to domesticate everything you are doing and maximize the profits the country can benefit before I give you that. So during Buhari regime, you just wake up one day on TV, you see them saying some company came from Germany, came from this. The whole thing they are looking for is advanced market commitment. It's not done, even if you are a local manufacturer. So one of the things I will be challenging the ministry is, what do we need to do? I will support giving advanced market commitment to what we don't understand fully. It's going to come back and bite us. We're going to be shooting ourselves at the level. But if we do it right, and government will also need to consider what is the budgetary multiplication of that advanced market? How much? How do I finance that? Because it's not that there's money in the vault in central bank. They need to do it. Can I get some of the financing for vaccine, for example? If we integrate them into, if we start from Nigeria, routine immunization, and bringing that routine immunization to be part of the health insurance scheme. That is another subtle way of financing, even at the same time providing convenience for people to access. Hepatitis V HPV vaccine, for example. Can we bring it in that way? Currently, are we doing well on it? So if we do that, what kind of volume would we be able to generate? Based on that volume, I have a guidance about what market commitment I can give. So it is beyond just saying we need advanced market guarantee before we can do anything. Yes, it is a very good mechanism, but that mechanism, if not exploited or implemented very carefully, will lead to nothing. We will just have many court cases. Last is education and training. It's not just about producing pharmacists, doctors, mainly in the domain of health. Engineers, when it comes to vaccines, we have written, apart from the clinical aspects, all the big English that Professor was talking about yesterday, the reproduction is outside. If little skilled workers we have in that range, they are outside the country. We need to produce, we need to start courses that are aligned to market realities. What is it that is happening in town? We need to have institutes, for example, that will that will be training people on packaging for vaccines, not just the process, even ordinary packaging. We need skilled workers that will maintain the factories in this area. So it's not just about producing even a chemical engineer, or it has to be a specialized training. So the government will need to do it intentionally. Focus on the production of skilled workers to support the industry, because the industry, if we don't have those skilled workers, will not be competitive in international markets. Because any small thing, Prof said they send some sample to where these other countries to do. And even the manufacturing, thank God, EBSO have started API. Even the manufacturing of precursors, can we think about that? How do we make that sustainable? So education is also very important. With these few points of mine, I hope I have been able to convince you and not to confuse you. Thank you.
Another round of applause for pharmacist Hamza. I think with this presentation alone, I think one cannot go out of this hall empty-handed. I think we have taken a lot from this presentation. Yes, you are not present. Bloomhead, are they here? So I don't know, can we proceed? We can take comments, questions, and based on the presentation made by Pharmacist Hamza.
that was a wonderful presentation. Just want to be convinced about one of the points that you mentioned. That has to do with technology transfer. I don't know if technology transfer has ever worked in Nigeria. I don't want to talk of West Africa or Africa, but our own domain. Can we point to any technology Nigeria has gotten that was achieved through means of technology transfer successfully? Because I see that word each time it's mentioned, it doesn't really go down well with me. What I understand is that in most situations, practical situation, reality, technologies are stolen, they are not transferred. And there are several ways of stealing technology. It can be through exchange programs, it can be through partnerships, it can even be through deliberate stealing. So my question is that, has technology transfer ever worked in Nigeria? We need examples of so that when we are mentioning it, so we will believe that it could work. Thank you.
I want to also join the last speaker in thanking our brother Hamzat for his usual very extensive and clear messages. His presentations are always quite eye-catching. I want to stress particularly that WHO's role is mainly to provide technical support. And I know this. So they are there to provide support. If you need support in any field and that is within their purview, you can go to them and ask them. And be nice to them too. The procurement process, as far as I know it, is not that simple, it's not straightforward. We have to be very cautious and understand the process very, very well. My concern is that we've discussed this quite a lot, but I'm happy when I stepped out, I had Hamzat mention that when government procures, they don't pay. I'm sure he says so. I'm sure. The PMD man, I'm happy he came in at long last. I was wondering why was he not here? There are quite a number of organizations that are not here. And he clearly mentioned that if we want to achieve success, we must undertake, we must collaborate, we must include, make it an inclusive, all-inclusive meeting where people who are going to have any impact on local production of vaccine will be part of it from the beginning. So that when you go to them, you go to the Ministry of Agriculture, you are talking about vaccine production, they already have an idea and they will support it. So when you don't pay, you will cause problems for the industry. You know, the problems we have mainly, even with WHO, WAHU, and all is that Nigerians are not fully represented in those organizations. Am I right, sir?
They like you.
No. When go to the profile of those who are employed in WHO, WAHU, if we are there, like the Indians, most of the policies will be directed to supporting Indian companies.
They are put by Francophone.
Pardon?
Francophone.
So, now if you go to Wahoo, where I stayed for 1 year, believe me, at one stage there was no Nigerian among the directors. Very good. And he knows too. And yet, you know, when you are doing pool procurement, for instance, when you are doing pool procurement and those who are involved, we don't have Nigerians there, and yet we are responsible for over 60% of the budget of our pool. How do you expect anybody to support? These people don't like Nigerians. Even Ghana here, Ghanaians don't like us. So if they are there, and there are many of them, and you are doing pool procurement, they will start telling you that the drugs from Nigeria are not good enough. I chaired the evaluation of procurement, pool procurement once there, and I knew how I had to, stand firm to protect the interests of Nigerian companies. Because I was already told that some of the companies are not giving good drugs. I said, who says so? Because I was there, we were able to. So, sir, in the future, I also hope we can advance and grow into the mainstream in Geneva and other places, so that we have representation. Believe me, without representation, you are going to be left behind. When we were doing procurement for ARV some time ago, the Indian companies were just confusing us. And because they had people there in the future, I went through the profile of those in the WHO headquarters, and most of them are from Asia. I'm not talking about Oyibo land now, we're talking about Asian land. This is the truth. So we must have representation in WHO, who are all these organizations where decisions are taken regarding issues that affect all of us, including vaccine production. And there have been attempts to do harmonization of so many things within the world and within Africa. I was a member of the AU Committee on Local Production of Drugs. Apart from meeting and eating good food, after that, nothing happens. And they were pulling membership from those who are operating within the government system. Now, when I left, I don't know whether my predecessor, any of them participated. So there is no continuity. I think these are points that you should take and remind the minister. As soon as the other minister left, the steering committee thing, nothing has been had. I asked one of you the other day, what happened to the steering committee, to the governing council? They have not met again. If there is no continuity, we are in trouble. So this governing council of the Nigerian vaccine policy, and the fact that you mentioned, is there any relationship between all these policies? How do you marry them together? And it's a big problem. Probably you should take it up, man. You have so many things to do. I know you don't have money in the ministry, they don't give the budget. But if there is anything WHO can do for you, PMG man can do, please go to them and beg them. If you leave a good legacy after you leave ministry, people will still respect you. Do your best. Some of us are ready to support you from us. I'm doing nothing. So if you have any consultant job, invite me, sir. I'll come and do it so that I kill my time. Anything. I'm not joking. Because you see, we have benefited from government, from this country. And as long as we are alive, we must give back to the country. It's not just about taking. I don't think it will help us at all. And I wanted to ask just one more question before, This ecosystem mapping, I know you are preparing issues. What is it all about? Because we used to talk about baseline service. Now, before we knew it, the language has changed. Are you just trying to help us to make us feel that something different is happening? Or are we doing the same thing? I hope I'm making sense. Thank you. I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you.
I have a question.
Good morning, all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations this morning. Mine is actually a comment directed at the ministry. In line with what Mr. Hamzat stressed, I know yesterday we've actually overflogged the issue of funding, but I still want to stress on the issue of funding, especially for R&D. We did talk about securing the local manufacturing industry in Nigeria. And I think for us to properly do that, we can't, just like you mentioned, we can't begin to import technology and come and just manufacture in Nigeria. We have to also domesticate R&D. And the only way to do that is to ensure adequate funding for basic R&D. Now, I'll give you a few examples of what happens in other places and why they're able to actually achieve what they do. So, for example, in US and China have actually been able to fund R&D in academic as well as research institutes to the tune of more than $500 billion every year since 2019. And then just early this year, I saw in the news that TED Fund was actually celebrating the fact that over the last 10 years, they had actually given 1 trillion naira, just a billion naira, in 10 years.
On buildings or research?
On research. Just on research.
On construction?
Yes, no, just on research. In 10 years, $1 billion. Now, there are countries that since 2019 have been giving more than $500 billion every single year. And I tell you, this is not just on paper, because I worked in China for 3 years, from 2016 to 2019. And I worked in a mid-tier university. And our lab, which is just one out of the 1,000 labs in that mid-tier university, received in 2016 alone more than $5 million. And the reason why, they're able to do all these wonders is because they have excess money to begin to experiment on so many possibilities. And I'll give you a secret of what most developed advanced labs do in terms of research. Now, when we have funding here in Nigeria and we want to carry out research, we have to make sure we target our experiments. We have to make sure that what we do will have the highest chances of giving us positive results. But I tell you, that is not what they do. When they come to the conferences or they dish out their results, they tell you that they do these wonders, but in reality, what they do is they cast a very wide net. That was what we were doing in China. They try all possibilities, and they will try 100 things, and 1 or 2 will possibly work. And they'll come and tell you they will present it as if right from the beginning they knew that one would work. When in reality they actually had wasted, they probably will waste $100 million before they actually achieve a single win. Right. So my point here is the ministry and other agencies must also key into funding R&D. Everything has been left to the hands of TED Fund. There's very little that TED Fund can do. They're celebrated giving $1 billion in 10 years. That's too meager compared to what other countries are funding in terms of research. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
My comment is respect to full qualification.
That's the problem. My attention has been drawn that somebody is online, maybe we can give you a chance to speak.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Abdusalam Nesidi, and yeah, I'm happy to be part of this meeting, and I thank. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? You can't hear me. You can't hear me. What about now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I congratulate the speaker and thank all the participants. I had 2 comments. Actually, the first comment was already addressed by the last speaker. Talk about R&D. I think we should always make sure that whatever we do in terms of trying to be self-sufficient in vaccines and biologicals, we shall move nowhere without a serious R&D. the type of R&D that is indigenous, the type we're seeing in India, China, Thailand, and other, newly industrialized countries. Then, secondly, we do not really have anywhere in the world the real sense of technology transfer. That is no longer a tenable terminology. What is obtainable and what had been obtainable all the time is, technology acquisition. It's either you buy it or you steal it. Nobody transfers it to you easily. So I think that we should have in mind. And lastly, I am surprised to learn that Sardauna, that is Dr. Adagazu, has been working at Yahoo. I never knew he was he was working in Yahoo before. Thank you very much, and congratulations to everybody. Thank you. Yes, I'm hearing you. Yes.
Can you introduce yourself to the benefit of those that don't even know you?
I said my name is Abdusalam Nasidi, and I had worked in Ministry of Health before, and I had worked in NCDC before, and also worked in WHO. But I also established the WAHO CDC. Thank you. Not Yahoo, WAHO.
So I think the floor is open for more comments.
Okay, yeah, as I was saying before, my comment is on pre-qualification. If we are to go by this route, just as it's been said, that the quality of our medicines and even vaccines are very, very important. And if we to check critically with industries, go this route is not going to be easy. And if you check critically in Nigeria, anything that does not have government hand really succeeds. And check out our foreign exchange. Everything is foreign. If we can be able to even produce the products, the drugs we use in Nigeria, you'll find out that maybe our dollar will not be. And it's true. I don't know how it's possible because as Dr. Hamzat said, it's not by just giving money to the industries, but it's critical for their cries to be listened to. So that, as he said before, it will not just be a local government chairman. But if government believes that production, manufacturing is just for profits and it's for those businessmen, let them solve themselves, it may not work. That's why if you look at even the United States and some of other developed countries, when companies are going down, you find out that the government will come quickly to help them. So the government really look at it very well. I know there should be a very strong bridge between the industries with the government and research. Without this one, we may not be able to go far. So, like this qualification, I think there should be serious government incentive in this respect. And if there ever have to be MOUs, there should be MOUs with industries that have those pre-qualification with them. Because if you do a pre-qualification, you may not even be able to sell outside because your price will always be higher. But if you have that pre-qualification, maybe the government helps you, USP and WHO helps you to acquire that, you should be able to sell whatever you have confidently, so that it will also move other companies, other industries to be able to go that route. Then another thing again is this: I don't know how possible it's for USP and WHO to be able to sponsor basic research, both for institutes and academia in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Do you want? So many things. No, let's. I just quickly want to respond to that. That USP can sponsor basic research.
there is a possibility. But the point there is that, yes, the point there is that you need to provide a strong justification because everything is based on work plan. So we will develop a work plan, give it to them at HQ, and when they look at it and there is an important justification as it should be, why not? But most times, it is all about technical assistance to support, to be able to have important delivery that will have impact. But that is the success story that USP will also want to project. So if you give support the basic research that you are talking about, the impact may come in 10 years, 20 years, so there may be a small issue there. But the technical assistance is also very important in terms of equipment that you will need, that in your lab, you see that USP have funded it for you to be able to do it, and you'll be monitoring you, and you'll be giving you some seed form. So it depends on the way you project it. Then your research must lead towards API, precursors of API, those things that are within the value chain for manufacturing vaccines, not just any research. So you have to be clear with that. So if you present it, you showcase it, you invite us, we go there. A forum like this is very important for us to know what everybody is doing so that we can provide such technical assistance.
So you are saying that maybe after this workshop, some that are interested can meet you for more.
So I'm going to write the report on it. Yes. And then we'll take up the text. So I've already.
So we are not going to meet you. That was because you didn't answer that. You know,
we are part of stakeholders when it comes to R&D and sugar vaccine manufacturing. We've been attending and we've been providing technical assistance. So what I'm saying is that after this meeting, I'm going to present a case through my chief of party. Because USP implements USPI formed what USP implements in Nigeria. That's how it is. So when we see a need for an area of funding in terms of providing technical assistance, the process is starting with a report, and when they see it, there is a short, brief meeting, a deep dive, and the next thing is to develop a work plan, defend the budget, and it goes like that. That's how it is done. So we have a way of providing the technical assistance. It's a process.
We see the need to do it.
And yes, we are beginning to see. That's why I'm saying that the business case you are presenting must be persuasive. We have to see the clarity so that we say, oh, this one can yield impact. This one can generate this. Nobody wants to fund project that will not know no end, no tail. So we want that roadmap well articulated, and then we will support that.
I think we can give answer to some of these questions.
I didn't see much questions. I mostly comment. Starting with tech transfer. Whether you say tech transfer is the terminology, whether you like it or not. The process in which the transfer happens is either through acquisition or the other name you call it. I will talk about that. In some countries, if you bring a new machine to their country, before you even bring, you must have informed them. And they are experts. They have an institute that will understudy that machine. After understudying it, most likely, nobody's going to import that machine. You know why? They will start doing it themselves. In fact, their technicians will start, because the bedrock of their economy is with technicians. And Nigeria will have a lot of people who know books very well, very high degrees. But that technician level, that's why able to produce, not to be the teeth, you need a dental technologist. How many do we have in the country? So we need to start looking at that. So I would just said, tech transfer is the word. The process may be through acquisition, like exchange that you mentioned. The process may involve deliberately doing other things. If you are caught in the international market, it's a big problem. The process may be that I adapt what you are doing. And there are international treaties that got that. Transferring, why doesn't it work? Because usually people don't really understudy it and see whether it is adaptable to your environment. But there have been situations where people are ready to support you with tech transfer, but you want me to also invest in everything from beginning to end, nothing coming from your government. So it won't work. You ask whether an example of tech transfer. I have seen it in food industry very well. The lifting that you take in Nigeria, most of the raw material are produced locally now. It's not the first materials they use in them. They adapt it. That's why if you go from countries to countries, you will see that the taste will be a little bit different. And even in Nigeria, in fact, I know the man who supported that, Dr. Bolujoko, in that process. He's also producing master tea now. So it happens. There are successful stories. We may not have seen it in earth, because most of the times our things are very complicated, high-end technology. But tech transfer, actually, and like I said, you may acquisite it, or you may use the other way that I don't want to mention. You know, I don't want to be put. I don't want to put it like that. Process of procurement and PQ, that is there anything we can do to finance? I will take that along with the issue of USP and WHO funding research. From the WHO perspective, we are a technical agency. That's why UNICEF is richer than us. We provide technical assistance in all parts. If we fund projects, it's usually catalytic to ignite actions. And most of the time when we do that, you will see other people come and now interested to fund it. Because we are like the quality assurance to demonstrate that it can happen. That's what we even to get my salary is difficult. So we won't have money to give people. People were talking about putting money in research. We are not addressing the primary thing. How much is our budget for next year? 7 what? Naira. How much is it in dollar at official rate? I don't even want to. Every country borrow and they pay back their debt. So if it's going for part of it, what I'm saying that the volume of our budget just tells me one thing. We are a very poor country. I said it somewhere, my mentor was fighting me. Divide that money by our population. It's about 1,500 naira for each person. That is less than the budget of New York City. It's less than the budget of the capital of China. So if you say China is giving this amount in research, you can only give within what you have. So we really need to do something about it. Apart from the fact that there are inefficiencies and redundancies in our system, that the small money too, we're not using it very judiciously. What am I saying? People should see it as a process, that something will lead to something. You improve budget provision for research and ensure that researches are done. The product out of it will eventually bring more money for you to have money for other parts, other aspects of the supporting the country. So it has to be looked in that way. And that is when I heard Professor Masidi and Baba saying that they were in one meeting in India when ARV was coming up. The Indian government did it as a deliberate action to support their pharmaceutical companies to go into the pre-qualification of their of ARVs. And now you see that more than 60 to 70% of the procurement of ARVs will come from India. In fact, they made, I read it in one documentation, provisions for this manufacturing company to have access to loans at very ridiculously low interest rates, and also gave them moratorium. So out of like 100 companies, maybe 10 or 20 gone through. No, but now the impact, if you say, I am looking for this medicine international market, I have, it is pre-qualified. I have, it is pre-qualified. And they were very strategic. You be producing tenofovir, I'll be doing this. You want to do tenofovir lamivudine? He talks to me, we combine technology, we produce, share the profits. So this doesn't happen by chance. It's a deliberate action. People look at what is the policy direction in the world. How can I benefit? These are where they are thinking. How can I benefit? How can my country benefit? And people see that in the next 10 years, the world will need this technology. They invest in it and wait for the profits. When it comes, that's when Africa will say, when we go to meeting, the Asians, the Indians are controlling us. Why wouldn't they? They have invested in it. Summarily, what we are saying is that we need to be deliberate about local production. In fact, for me, government should not invest in it if they cannot project what is the benefit. You see, people talk on TV and say, we need to do local production because the next pandemic, when it comes, we have seen COVID-19. Abadash. You have not told me what is the contract. You cannot even tell me what kind of products should we be going into. What kind of finances will be doing? It just stop. We need to be deliberate about it. Stop. Health, whether you like it or not, contributes to economy. Even if it is just about the health of the people that are okay, that will be not be going to the hospital and missing work alone. People don't like it. They see that as even consumerism. But okay, the manufacturing company should, the factory of Enzo and that of Fitz, when I got there, Enzo, if you see the land, and the MD was telling us how she acquired that place. Forget it. That area that they have. One of the things one can do is that you start buying land around there and build hostel. The land where Dangote is, one of the best things you can do if you have land around that place, build hostel. That is the indirect benefits that will come. And for those ones, there's multiplier effect. So people don't look at it that if I invest 10 and I put 200 million in the research that I'm not sure. No. It's a deliberate that you know, if you can calculate that in the short term, we'll waste like 40% of this. But in the long run, there are modelings you can do. In the long run, the 20% that will give results will cover my investment in the long run, 10, 15 years time. So if I do it in 4 or 5 places, it means I'm even securing the economy of the country for the next 10 years. So it's a whole calculation that you have to sit down and do. I hope I've not spoken too much for your operation staff. I think I've talked about USP. The comment from Professor Nasibi is appreciated because the comment I don't have I'll be able to answer our questions. So the ministry, ecosystem mapping you have, and survey. Survey, you are just picking what is, you deliberately set your question and people go out and pick what it is. Ecosystem mapping goes beyond that. It goes into the interrelationships between the whole, is a system approach. You look at it from look at the barriers, you provide solution to mitigate the barrier, you look at the enabling factor that will support that audit, and look at how you can maximize those enabling factors to support you. Then you now sit down and profile a roadmap. Moving forward, this is what we need to do. So that's why they call it an ecosystem. Looking at the ecological situation of the factor. You take production of this, for example, what affects it? What are the government policies that are available? What are the gaps in that policies and things like that? But for a survey, you just want to establish a baseline. Thank you, sir.
It's like we don't lose the issue online. Can we give a chance to the beginning? So I think we can take updates now from our regulators and other stakeholders for local production of vaccines. So we'll start with National Primary Health Care.
As long as we don't finish till next year.
Mine is 5 minutes.
It's short. Percent of nothing. Sales in 5 minutes is 12.
All right, good afternoon, senior colleagues and my other colleagues. So I'll be presenting the vaccine immunization supply chain update in Nigeria. That's from National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. I'll just go. Okay, this is just the brief the outline, the background, commodities listing, distribution, You remember it was the supply chain updates, the cold chain equipment distribution, temperature monitoring, quantities forecasted from 2019 to date, and cost estimate for 2023 and 2024. Then with challenges. So historically, we know that Africa rely on the international community for vaccine supply and producing only a small fraction of the global vaccine supply. And however, Africa's population is projected to grow significantly, especially Nigeria. And to address this, Africa must focus on developing its own vaccines. And the African Union has already set a goal for the region to produce 60% of its vaccines needs by 2040. And currently, these are the few countries that can manufacture vaccines. Even Nigeria is buying vaccines from Senegal, Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, and Ethiopia. Nigeria should also prioritize and invest in local vaccine production to contribute to this goal. So in Nigeria, we have National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. It starts with providing technical support for the effective implementation of primary healthcare by state and local government. And the Department of Logistics and Health Commodity was created in 2014 and served as the central player in the operationalization of the immunization supply chain for the public health products. And therefore, the department oversees the operation of the National Surgical Store in Abuja and the 6 zonal clusters located in the 6 geopolitical zones. An approval has been secured for redesign of these zones into 3 hubs that will be in Lagos, Kano, and Abuja. And the department's core responsibility is to ensure safe and timely delivery of public health products to all parts of the country. These are the vaccines that we are using in Nigeria. There are 12 of them. However, there are others that we use when there are outbreaks, emergencies, such as the COVID vaccines, cholera vaccines, and many of them. But very important to note here that all these vaccines are being procured by UNICEF. And remember, they are all coming to the country through Abuja. Then they go with devices or other ancillaries. And those ancillaries come through the sea and it passes through Lagos, where we have a warehouse in Lagos. And that's what prompted for that redesign, where we'll have some stores in Lagos and so basically these are the approved vaccines that are in our schedule. This is the last one that was just introduced of recent now. That's the human papillomavirus vaccines. And before it will enter our schedule, there is what we call National Technical Advisory Groups who now sit down and now approve any vaccines that will enter into our schedule. Then Nigeria as a government will now appropriate for those vaccines. And not vaccine, it's a product. I'm talking about what is the immunization schedule product. Vitamin A, they are that's the only tablets that we have there. Yes, sir. Okay. I don't want you to ask questions, that's why I quickly respond. So now, remember, this is where the vaccines come in from here to National Surgical Store around the airport routes, just close to the presidential wing. Then we have 6 zonal stores, and then we have 36 stores. We have the LGS 374, and we have the cold chain equipment in all the 9,595 wards in Nigeria, both equipped and unequipped. And we have been working hard to see that each ward in Nigeria, that's the 9,595, are equipped as a country. And this is the redesign. And well, vaccines will now fly into Kano. Kano will take care of Northwest and Northeast. Abuja will take care of North Central and Southeast. Then Lagos will take care of South, South, and Southwest. And this is our distribution of our cold chain equipment, because vaccines are very, very sensitive product. And we have, at the national, we have 95 of them, and they are all PQS. They are all WHO pre-qualified, and they can take different range of temperature, minus 90 to minus 25, plus 2 to plus 8 degrees, and even some. And we have them at the zonal stores, 69 of them, that's the total in the 6 zonal stores. And they are at this place, at the national, zonal, and the state level. Even with some of the satellite stores, they are working cool room. Like we have a working cool room that just been installed. It's just a process of the design. That is, one cool room is twice this hall. That I think by January we'll start using them. Our employee Hamza to go and have a look of that. And at least 3 of them have already landed and have been installed at the National Strategic Cluster. And we have many of these cold rooms, like at the satellite store, we have some satellite states that cluster their LGs as zones, so that to create proximity to the health facility. I know the issue of vaccines, where the temperature is compromised, you have issues with the potency of those vaccines. And this is the WHO approved temperature guide for managing of our vaccines. And at this we have OPV can store at national and the state level at minus 15 to minus 25. And these vaccines we can see here can be stored at minus this and this. But all our vaccines can be stored at plus 2 to plus 8 at the health facility or at the LG level. And that's when it is ready for use. And of course, there are diluents that we use for lyophilized vaccines, such as measles, yellow fever, Men-A, and they must not be frozen. Otherwise, it will have issues. And you cannot use one diluent for another vaccines. It's not allowed. And as a market for Nigeria for intended manufacturer, because Madam Selin asked me that I should come if there is market. These are the number of the target population for 2022. We have 7 million Nigerian children that are expected to be immunized with different types of antigens. As you can see, we have TD for pregnant women that goes for, and this is just 4% of the total population. That's our target. While other vaccines, we have the birth cohort, and we use 4% of the total population. Then we have the surviving infants that we use 3.8. Then we have the pregnant women, we use 5%. And that guidance has to come from National Bureau for Statistics. And as you can see here, these are the forecasted quantity. This is what was procured. This was the total quantity received. This is the doses open. And for 2021, you have this and that. For 2020, you have that up to 2029. Very important. This is talking about money now. Each vaccine is like BCG, for instance. We can have like HPV. The latest vaccines you are seeing, it goes around $5. And that's the most expensive vaccines. Per one dose, per one jab. And that is the manufacturer cost. Before you now talk about the cost of freight, insurance, and inspection, handling charges, buffer, then you have the total cost. Then you have not talked about, please listen, you have not talked about if it lands Abuja, you have to distribute these vaccines from Abuja to Nasarawa State, for instance, to Lafia. From Lafia, you take it to Nasarawa. From Nasarawa, you take it to the village there. And that is the most critical aspect of vaccines. Before it will leave Abuja to all those nook and cranny, is very, very expensive. And this is just for 2023. This is the total cost. Where is the total cost? The vaccines total cost 340 million. We have $340 million. That's for these vaccines. For these vaccines. All right. For these vaccines to arrive Abuja and take it to the custom. Then you've not talked about the maintenance of all those to maintain those temperature. You need to power in your generators, and we have a standby diesel in the store. Once one day the NEPA goes up, there is an auto start because that's the global standard. There's an auto start generator, whether there is somebody there or not, the generator must start on its own. And therefore you have to, now after you now bring this 340 million, with this cost of 340 million, times it with 745 naira, you now go to trillions of naira for a particular year. And before you now talk about the distribution to the last mile, and very important for us to note here that even in the clearing of the vaccines by the clearing agents and even the custom, we normally have custom exemption, NAFDA exemption, and you will see NAFDA will tell you they have generated so millions or billions of naira in a particular year, but that is just virtual because most of what they generate is just virtual amounts because they don't see this money because they've given it as exemption. And that is the case with custom people. You see customs telling you that they have generated 1 trillion naira in 1 quarter. Meanwhile, you find out that MPSCA has almost 50 billion that they have given us exemption. So it's very important that if you can pass through the processes, you can get some of those exemptions. I'm pressing the last. Okay. These are some of our challenges. We have no release of appropriated FGM budgeting funds for vaccines and auxiliary products of 15 for quarter 3 and quarter 4 2022, and 60 billion for 2023, leading to insufficient fund for vaccines and device procurement. The last time, because of the election, the last time we received money was in quarter 2, 2022, and we've not received money. The only money that we work, they were able to release some part of BVNL that we positioned since 2021. Remember when BVNL killed? Of course, BVNL has taken some of their money, and they have also, I think the vaccines arrived yesterday. 15%. Yeah, 15%. That was a backlog. That was for some years back. And because you cannot stay, we don't want a situation where somebody will go into the health facility and they tell you there's no vaccine. Already the country will have a very wrong signal. And therefore, we have to leverage on some issues around collecting money from the impact funds. There's an impact project that the country, this is what we are collecting to bridge this gap. Remember, all this money have not been released. And we can see they have now, the sum of 60 billion appropriated has been approved. Even though the money has been approved, the release is a big and has been included in the office of the academic. You hear stories, and sometimes you take your file to the Ministry of Finance. Or somebody that doesn't even know what is happening will hide the file. Yes. How much? How can you now apply for 15 billion or 55 billion naira? And you cannot give him his own share. Not knowing that all this money you are seeing here, in my office, my exam doesn't touch a dime. It's a paper with Ministry of Finance. When they approve, they transfer it straight to CBN. And from CBN, they transfer it. It is not even CBN, it's World Bank. It's World Bank that will now transfer it to UNICEF Supply Division office, who can now procure these vaccines. And remember, UNICEF procured to more than 40 countries. and Nigeria is the biggest market. As any UNICEF, once we said we need vaccine, UNICEF don't joke with us. Yeah. If we tell you we need vaccines, they will look for vaccines. I remember, please, for the local vaccine intended producers, like last year, manufacturing of Penta was a problem, Hamzat. They said there were issues and you have to wait. We were envisaging a lot of stock up around January, February, but thank God they also kickstart. And very important to note also that the WHO must qualify all the vaccines before we UNICEF will procure. And all these vaccines, as they enter the airport, like what Vivian brought now, we have to now move it. There's a budget line for us to fly in our staff to Lagos. Take it to NAFDA. NAFDA will give us 2 weeks. Then they will now send it back before we will now start distribution by January. And very important to note again that for all these companies, there are so many, we buy vaccines from Germany, from Singapore, from Senegal, from Japan, from India, and other countries. There are manufacturers in India, they refuse to go for WHO pre-qualified for some times. They were consuming their vaccines internet. Hamza will bear me witness. They said, well, they will go for that. But any vaccines they want to sell it out, they go for WHO pre-qualified. But the one they know, they can consume it internally. They didn't go for WHO pre-qualified. And the lead time for this vaccine production, not that vaccine is not something you have it on the shelf. You have to give them, that's why by April, we normally forecast for the next year of our vaccines to at least align with the budgetary office. And before September, we have given them our final listing to UNICEF. For them, UNICEF supply, that's the department that normally procure vaccines. They look for the best price, best manufacturer, and get those vaccines. And therefore, the lead time for the manufacturer to start producing a single vaccine is 3 months. That's the minimum. And therefore, you cannot just say you need vaccines. We are in December now, you need vaccines that you conduct an activity in April, and you are just sending them the request now. It's not going to be possible. And on this note, I can say thank you for listening.
So, yes, we can take all the presentations at once. Then it will follow by the questions and comments. So NAFDAC had to make their own presentation. I think
Don't be afraid.
This work is carrying a lot of responsibility. Not that. That's it, I think. But that's okay.
Or they can remove B now.
That's update on activity.
And then that problem of activity, that's go back.
Okay, so that's it. My files with something.
The one after, I think it's the same thing because they have the same 200 kilobytes.
So it was update on NAFTA.
Check contact vaccines. Yes, that's number 4.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished leaders in the House, all stakeholders present. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm just going to give a brief update on what NAFDAC has been able to do. I initially thought that this was a TWG meeting, so I just prepared something because the TWG is very familiar with all that we have been doing before. So I just wanted to just let them know what are the new things that we've been able to do between the last time we met. So this will just be very brief. I won't go into so much detail. Now, the anchor of this presentation is based on the 6 critical functions. The 6 critical functions for vaccine regulation as identified by the WHO. And so I'm going to take each one and let us know what we are doing or what we've done in recent times in that regard. So talking about clinical trial authorization, you know that NAFDAC has a mandate to ensure safety and efficacy of all medicines, including vaccines. So clinical trial authorization is a key responsibility for us. So currently we are involved in the SIFCOVAN trial in collaboration with NIPRI, NIMA, to see, it's a trial on fractionation of COVID-19 vaccine to see if the doses can be reduced, the number of booster doses that will be taken can be reduced. So that's a trial that is ongoing. NAFDAC is fully involved in that. Then again, I'm sure we're all aware that NAFDAC and Ghana were the first 2 NRAs to approve the R21 malaria vaccine. And that raised a lot of dust, but then we stood our ground that as maturity level 3 organizations, we can determine what is good for our people. And so we went ahead based on the data, the clinical data submitted from the trials conducted on that vaccine, and we went ahead to approve that vaccine. But right now, the DG took a decision that we will still conduct our own validation studies in Nigeria. A lot of times, most of the products that are approved are based on trials conducted in jurisdictions that may not have population as similar to ours as we would like. What we do is when the trials are conducted in a population, a black population that is similar to ours, we approve. But this time around, because of the burden of malaria in Nigeria, so the decision was taken to actually do a validation of the efficacy outcomes that had been reported in the trials done on that vaccine in country and possibly also in Ghana. So the development of that protocol is ongoing, and that trial will be conducted. So in terms of inspection, we have a very robust inspectorate that has been well recognized. It is one of our strengths in the agency, as recognized by WHO, and repeatedly so. Now we have, because of our future plans, we are planning to, we have started the journey towards maturity level 4, and also inclusion of lot release, vaccine lot release in our regulatory functions in the WHO global benchmark. So for that, we need to do more of collaboration. Our ML4 journey, we have started in-house. We are going to express our interest by Q1 2024. And part of the requirements is that we should have evidence of GMP inspection of vaccine manufacturing facilities, which we don't have currently in country. Do we have any local human vaccine manufacturing? No. But then we need to prepare ourselves such that by the time our people take off, maybe by 2025 we have one facility ready. we must be ready to provide that support to ensure that they are properly regulated. So there is that provision in the GBT for us to rely on mature NRAs that have vaccine manufacturing facilities in country. So because of that, we have gone into signing some MOUs with MRAs that are operating at the same maturity level with us and that have in-country manufacturing, vaccine manufacturing. So with that, we're going to be working with them, having joint inspections, joint assessments, sharing pharmacovigilance information, and all of those other requirements. So we signed the MOU with SAPRA, that's the South African authority, on 14th December. That was just last week. Yes, then we signed the one with Egypt on Tuesday. The day the minister came to Lagos, Tuesday, yes. That was when we signed the one with Egypt. So we have those MOUs, and there is also the proposal that all the 5 NRAs that have maturity level 3 should actually come together and be able to, collaborate more, share experiences, learn from each other, share information. And then because one key area in good regulatory practice is reliance. No single NRA can do all that needs to be done. So we need to be able to rely on each other. And that also keys into the harmonization efforts that are going on, both on the continent and in the sub-region. So we're looking to having the 5 maturity level 3 NRAs come together to have an MOU so that we can properly have mutual recognition agreements. If a product is registered in Nigeria, they can easily go to Ghana without having too much stress. So again, part of our needs, that we've been mentioning in different fora is the need for coached inspections. Because we don't have any in-country vaccine manufacturer, we are more proficient and we have developed expertise in inspection of small molecule facilities, because every day we have the facilities that we go to, we get the experience all the time. But because we don't have any in-country one, we need to have that. So we've been crying and we are still crying for the opportunity for coached inspections in terms of going with the experts, going to the facilities where vaccines are manufactured. We go with them to see how they inspect vaccine manufacturing facilities. So right now, we've been able to make some arrangements with the WHO PQ team for them to consider us, take some of our inspectors with them when they are going on inspections of vaccine manufacturing facilities. For laboratory assessments, like we have always shared, we have a new factory laboratory building for our National Control Laboratory for Vaccines, which is the only one owned by an NRA in the Sub-Saharan Africa. So that building has been completed, it's been equipped, but again, we still have some challenges with some of the safety facilities that will be required in terms of having BSL-3, BSL-4 laboratories and all that. And then, of course, the ventilation systems. So, but good progress has been made with that. And again, we have ongoing capacity building of our laboratory personnel. We cannot but recognize the support from USP and WHO in that regard. They have done a lot for us in that. For licensing, like I mentioned, the R21 matrix M malaria vaccine based on the favorable preliminary data that was provided. But again, like I said, we are still going to do our own validation studies in Nigeria because of the peculiarity of the malaria budget in Nigeria. For post-marketing surveillance, we have the National Pharmaceutical Traceability Strategy, which is at the federal government level, but we have implemented this. We use it for traceability of the Covishield vaccine during the COVID-19 pandemic. That's the traceability strategy we are using now uses the GS1 standard, which is able to track the products from the manufacturing site down to the patients. So we've implemented that and we are extending that to all other products. And we also, by the time we have, by the time this is fully well implemented, when our vaccine manufacturers come on board, they would have that system fully in place to ensure traceability of their vaccines. It's nice to know that we have other African countries, other African NRAs that have been coming to understudy NAFDAC for this traceability implementation. I think about 3-4 weeks ago, the Ugandan NRA was still with us. They came to learn about. Okay, so they came to learn about our traceability implementation. Again, we are not stopping at that. We are still going ahead to see if we can still learn more. And because of that, we've been having collaboration with some of the stringent regulatory authorities, like the US FDA. Sometime in April, people were in US FDA to discuss issues related to pharmaceutical traceability. And just in November, November this year, yes, just last month, we were Therapeutic Goods Authority in Australia to also learn more from them on traceability. So for lot release, which is the last critical function, we have developed the regulations. The regulations are awaiting gazetting. It's now out of our hands. I think it's in the ministry. We are waiting to hear from them. When they are okay with it, it will go to Ministry of Justice. So it takes some time, but I think we are making progress with that. Now, we have some of our guidelines relating to lot release that we have developed. That's what I was talking about when Professor Builders was talking about guidelines for vaccine manufacturing. So we have some of the guidelines already developed. We're still working on all the, because there are so many inputs into the vaccine regulation value chain. So we are on that. We have the laboratory protocols developed and then some other guidelines. And then we have continued capacity building of our people. We have been doing lot release since the inception of NAFDAC for imported vaccines. But again, there are emerging technologies, emerging knowledge and new knowledge, and also continued capacity building of our staff as relates to lot release is ongoing. So those are the 6 critical functions, but just to mention that the other developments, NAFDAC is actively involved in the TWG for local vaccine production. We continue to participate in different programs that relate to local vaccine manufacturing on the continent and in country. And then we have also championed our local vaccine manufacturers, bringing them together to actually see the need for them to go into vaccine manufacturing, and we have some of them that have expressed interest, and that's what has led to the consortium that we're talking about. And of course, they are coming up with different business models, which we're also looking into and supporting them. We have those that are looking at backward integration through fill and finish, those looking at tech transfer, and then people like Innovative that want to do end-to-end. So there are different business models that have been proposed, but we are working closely with the manufacturers. So in terms of next steps, our journey towards maturity level 4, we've started in-house because in the global benchmarking process, you first do your self-benchmarking. You do your self-benchmarking before you can now invite them to do their own benchmarking. So we've done our self-benchmarking, we have seen our gaps based on the tool, and we're working on those areas that need to be closed. Some of them I will highlight in the challenges. Then we are also looking towards achievements of the WHO listed authority status. And what does this mean? For an NRA to be a WHO listed authority, it means that that NRA is working at the level of the stringent regulatory authorities like US FDA, Health Canada, MHRA, TGA in Australia, and all of them. And what does this mean for our people? It means that for our manufacturers, for instance, when they start local vaccine manufacturing, if we are WNA, achieving WHO PQ becomes very, very easy. it becomes very, very easy because the WHO PQ team relies on stringent regulatory authorities and WHO listed authorities in taking their decisions about pre-qualification. They have confidence that the regulatory environment where those vaccines are being manufactured is operating in line with requirements and those facilities are complying. So for our manufacturers, if we're able to achieve WLA, it becomes very easy for them to achieve WHO PQ of their products. So another thing we're looking at is WHO pre-qualification of the vaccine laboratory once it's completed. We have achieved WHO pre-qualification for our central drug control laboratory. We want to do the same thing for the vaccine laboratory. When we achieve that, our lab becomes a center of excellence, a reference laboratory for other NRAs where they can send their samples for testing. You know, even the WHO can rely on us to test on their behalf when they do their surveys and all of that. And then it also adds to the value of the results that we also, our pronouncements on our products. So in terms of what we need, there are quite a number of them because we have a lot that we are working towards. The first thing is the employment of staff. NAFDAC has been affected by the JAPA syndrome too. It has been short, I can't even describe it. So we need, you know, employment of staff. Ministry, please, when you people are making your request to, is the head of service, we are here, staff, we need staff. We've been making our requests, they've not granted. Then, of course, continue human capacity building in terms of clinical trial data evaluation and coached good clinical practice inspections. Like Mr. Hamzat mentioned, in October, we had the WHO observed audits as a follow-up to our maturity level 3 status. The WHO sent their assessors to follow us into the factories to see how we conduct our inspections. We were there, we were doing our thing, and they were observing us, taking the notes and all of that. And at the end of the day, we thank God we came out very successful. And that is the first in Africa, because all the other NRAs that have gone through the observed audits had unsatisfactory reports. So we are the first. Of course, it's just one step. They said we still have 2 more rounds of that. We are not shaking. No shaking. Anytime we are ready because they are the ones that trained us. So we are ready. So like I said, equipping of the vaccine lab, installation of the HVAC system and continued capacity building of our staff, especially in the use of emerging technologies. We have a lot of new equipment that have been procured for that lab, and so we need to ensure that our people have the proficiency to use those equipments. Coached inspections for vaccine manufacturing facilities, I mentioned this earlier. We have started taking some steps, but we can always, we would appreciate more support. I know that the USP has, they had something like that for our laboratory people. I know they were to go to India for that kind of assignment. So please, they eventually went. Okay. Yeah, so we would like to have that exposure too because it helps a lot. Then we need the electronic platform for GMP inspections management. This is one of the requirements for ML4. For ML4, a lot of digitization is required. So for inspections management, they need to be able to see how we track our inspections, how we determine the frequency of inspections, how we handle the CAPAs and all of that. So we need that electronic platform to manage our inspections. Still, plenty. It's not easy. So again, still talking about digitization, secure system for storage and archival of our electronic submissions. Our dossiers are electronic documents, and these are proprietary information of companies. We need to have a secure way of storing and archiving them. Continued capacity building to increase number of vaccine dossier assessors. We've had a lot of JAPA, and even before then we didn't have enough, but now we need even more. Continued sensitization on AGR reporting at all levels. Strengthening of the system for causality and adverse event reports assessment. These are areas where we need to sensitize our people. We have better ADR reporting, but there's still under-reporting. So we need to do more sensitization and then strengthening our system for causality and adverse event reports assessment to ensure we have we strengthen our pharmacovigilance system. We know this is more critical even for vaccines. For vaccines, it becomes more critical. Then sensitization and implementation of the National Pharmaceutical Traceability Strategy at all levels. We need our people to understand the importance of this traceability strategy. For our manufacturers, they are looking at it from the cost perspective. But if we say we are trying to battle SF products, substandard and falsified products, this is an important thing that we need to have. And it becomes even more critical for vaccines. We need to ensure that we are able to make sure there are no leakages within the supply chain for any SF products and especially vaccines to come in. Then, cooperation of governments in strengthening supply chain management to improve vaccine distribution and use. We have some challenges when we go for our cold chain facility monitoring, especially in government stores, the government MPI stores. When we go, a lot of times, they will say, no, we did not get any letter from our headquarters that we should allow you. So you go to the local government stores, they say their state's primary health care or their state ministry of health did not give them any directive to allow us. And we are doing these things to be able to ensure that the cold chain is maintained for these vaccines. These are vaccines that you'll be using on small children. So we need that cooperation of government at all levels. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for that.
For your presentation. Please, let's give her another round of applause. Minister of Agri, are they here? Okay. NAFTA. Okay, NAFTA can go forward. I think this year are not even here.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to commend the presentation from NAFDAC. It's really very comprehensive and very promising. Congratulations.
Okay, sir. Anything, sir? The presentation will not last more than 2 minutes. So the presentation is on vaccine R&D. So apologies for it coming. So like I said, more than 2 minutes. So what we intend to do is just to take a brief look or have an outlook on what national biotechnology has been doing in regards to vaccine development, vaccine R&D. So we are going to look at the aim, the programs that we have currently running, and the infrastructure that we have on ground in regards to vaccine development. Just these 3 key things. So, my name is Pat. So, you can move on. The first question is if I'm a Nigerian. But the thing is that if President Tinubu is not the first citizen, I would have been the first citizen. So, part of our mandate, first of all, is promotion of research and development on tropical diseases and emerging pathogens
It focuses on technology to develop low-cost preventive, therapeutic, and diagnostic products, as well as review mechanisms of disease action for an affordable healthcare delivery. I think one of the key words here is focus on technology to develop low-cost preventive, therapeutic, and diagnostic products. So that's our strength, and that's our key, and that's also a distinctive feature, between us and the other institutions. So objectives, we intend to achieve. One is deployment of recombinant technology and deployment of candidate vaccine, highlighted in red, because that speaks to why we are here. Generation of monoclonal antibodies, establishment of suitable transgenic animal models, which also relates to vaccine program. Then the other ones are other scientific levels. But the one in red and also 1, 2, 3, 4 before one, relates directly to the vaccine development. Yes, number one. Yeah. So capacity in this area, these are the areas that for now we have some level of capacity, molecular diagnostics for infectious diseases, recombinant data for antibody and vaccine, DNA typing for human identification, transgenic pharmaceutical plants, sterile insect technology, and stem cell. So, background of our vaccine projects. We are looking at rotavirus candidate vaccine. So, as we all know, it's vaccines given to children under 6 years. And currently we have majorly 2 vaccines, the Rotatec and the Rotary, which are currently in the market and for immunization of children. And these are being used in about 82 countries. So while the vaccines were demonstrated to be effective in high-income countries, it is not as much as effective in high-income countries as it is in low and middle-income countries. So these other countries are expected to actually use the local strains to actually develop their stock so that it's more effective. So this actually led us to conceptualize and then begin to use other platforms to actually develop candidate vaccine for the virus. So mostly the ones that are on the market are only inactivated, and then the subunit approach of platform that we're using developing them. So here we are looking at utilizing bioinformatics to mine the virus genome and to identify the most promising immunogenetic protein. So the gene for the protein, we are cloned into stable vector for transformation of E. coli, expression of protein, and this purification for subsequent use for validation and clinical trials. So alternatively, we incorporated DNA vaccine candidate constructs will be produced and will be added, in combination with the protein antigen that will actually express. So strategies, this project we are using messenger RNA platform and then protein subunit approach. So we have 2 groups actually working on this using 2. So this messenger RNA platform. So this was guided us, and then we started working on this, setting up our system in 2016. So it wasn't the COVID-19 that actually pushed us into going into vaccine candidate development. So it's been a project that we started since 2016. So this is timeline, for the rotavirus candidate vaccine development, and then in red, the one in red here, the one in red here is the stage where we are, presently. So, this is a messenger RNA vaccine platform. This is our general guide. So when we started, we initially developed a program for hepatitis C. But after a while, setting up our system and everything, so we try to focus on child diseases. So we actually left hepatitis C. So, but still with the same that we are using. So you can see instrument acquisition setup or set controller. We have our set controller, and then I believe we have all the instruments and all the major instruments that is needed, for us to do work. A document of our subjects, sample collection, teaching selection, and so on, till we get to vaccine candidate characterization, which is where we are presently. So these are the other remaining processes, which will not got into this stage. Thank you. It's not moving. It's going to change. That's it from. So no, just go back to the next two slides. Okay, so I did no, the next one. Yeah. So it actually highlights the phases and the activities or what that is required to actually get this done. So we actually did this, and we did this estimate. We keep on reviewing it as we approach the stages, as we progress on the stages. So I didn't want to highlight the estimate, So but I think this shows us that we have our processes that we are following, for the work. So I think the process we get, we actually have expected budget, and then all what we require, and then hopefully, we have in place. So let me just go to the laboratory facilities that have at present. Okay, just the schematic design of the laboratory, our immunobiology and vaccine lab. So yeah, we have all these instruments, and set up our workflow system to enable us achieve it. So this is how the pictorial view of the lab, one of the labs, which houses some of the instruments. And this is also one of the labs, the neurology and vaccine lab. And this is our house facility. So what we are looking at here, so is to have transgenic animal models, that humanize animal marks that can actually facilitate trials, animal trials. But when you use transgenic animals, it actually gives you an approximate outcome what you should expect in humans, because the animals are humanized, have human organs. So the analysis you get, from that actually takes you what you should see in human trials. So we are on this, we'll finish the construction, we are structurally equipping that. And then also the constant talks or discussion with innovative biotech, and also to complement their efforts, when their things are on ground to start manufacturing. So this will actually, complement that in terms of the trials. Okay, so I think that will be all at the last second. Thank you.
So I think Joshua, we can go for our comments, questions, and observations for the three presenters, please. It is time for comments.
Good afternoon, all.
You can introduce yourself.
My name is Frank Morning. I'm the secretary of Moscow Manufacturers Association here. And I apologize for coming late. The call to meeting, that was it's a very important meeting. There was this important meeting that I had to present the industry, which is very important. So I wasn't here yesterday. But it's good to know that I walked in with everybody when they were talking about local manufacturing. I just want to ask that I'm listening to many presentations. And one thing I wanted to ask is, how do we harmonize all these activities? Your ministry, you're doing something, nitrate, doing something vaccine, and then the Federal Ministry of Industry, Federal Ministry of Health, under the vaccine development, doing something. How do we have a convergence of all these activities? I'm just active because I sometimes also you're called here, So we have a platform to convert, or if this is a platform to start converging these activities that we're doing, so that we don't waste energy and time. Let us also focus. That's my question. And the other one would be like the other day I was at HEC and there was a meeting of local manufacturers where I was going to speak at. And I said something about political commitment. I don't know who will drive it here. And interestingly, the Honorable Minister seemed to have that clout and political will to drive this process. But I just want to also, just for those that are notes of information, political commitment is very, very germane in driving vaccine localization. Because political commitment touches every aspect that creates enablement, in the area of research, in the area of regulation, in the area of stimulating or driving, having a robust pharmaceutical or vaccine manufacturing system, including all the end-to-end value chain. Why am I saying it? Because even though some of us that are manufacturing, there's a way you say you need to crawl, walk, and then start running. Even the small we're doing. I just said, mentioned that I just had a meeting yesterday. It was man meeting. And what was it? This Nigerian Environmental Agency or authority saying they are going to be paying so million for environmental. And before then, we have a series of meetings saying that we are paying, manufacturers are paying so much. Can we harmonize? Because Lagos will collect their own, Ogun will collect their own. Everybody is running because they know where your office is. So all this dampens the spirit of even somebody that wants to innovate. It's not helpful. And we gather everyone and say, who wants to pay so billion? And they say it's every quarter. You want to come and check environmental because you want to, government always want to, they have good intentions, whatever intentions. You want to align with the international practice of COPE. Is it environmental? What do you call it? They just went to Dubai and they signed an agreement and they want to achieve zero CO2. Then, in trying to do that, quickly you want to already, we that are trying to see how we can start working, we want to bring in what is, industrialized nations that have gone far, and you want us to start paying so that you show evidence that you are working towards getting the zero emission. And in all doing this, what you are doing, frustrating those that are already doing something. At the end of the day, you want people to come and invest and do vaccine manufacturing, while those that are doing it diligently, they are suffering. It pays us so much. And you ask, why would PFG leave? Why would GSK leave? They would leave. Because some of them cannot be that flexible as some of us are. You can't go anywhere after all. Because you can't carry your structure and go anywhere. So I'm just asking political will to drive this so that people have that momentum. We must be committed to take away this man-made, self-inflicted barrier, because that's what it is. Self-inflicted. Thank you.
I think you are just coming today, and one of the objectives why we are here is to harmonize all the work we are doing. There are intended manufacturers here of vaccines, and we have researchers of vaccine. We have discussed the issue yesterday, and one of the objectives is for us to harmonize all the work. It was yesterday that we are meant to know that the researchers are doing a lot of work, and some vaccine candidates that are working on, it was mentioned yesterday. So we don't want a researcher working on this and another working on this same vaccine candidate. So that's why we are here. We can harmonize all this research work. And for your second question, I think since we said the minister has this political will, I think it will be one of our recommendations. But I think you can just hold this issue that you have mentioned to us now, this problem, so that we can, at the end of the day, we can forward it to the honorable minister. Thank you. I think it is time for us to go for lunch. I can see our sugar level has gone down very, very well. So I think we have to go back and yeah. Thank you. We'll come back after. Is it 30 minutes?
Yeah. Please, before you go on break, can I ask a question?
This guy.
Yeah, just to the person who presented on research and development. Talking about human trial, I was very worried. How feasible is that without going to the crucial, stages of non-human primate trials, especially when you go into all this, biotechnology route. So I was afraid to hear that, human trial. Can you expatiate, please? Thank you.
Prof, I'm the person that said it. So what I say is, basically, animal trials use maybe amino rats and mouse and all those guys are normal laboratory animals. So but what we are looking at is using transgenic animal. So transgenic animal, they are is a humanized animal. For example, if you are testing for substance, maybe that has to do with hepatic activities, that's the liver. So it means that we can model a mouse, that has human hepatocytes, for you to actually carry out your trials. So you find out that the analysis you get, out of such animals from things or is higher than what you get in the normal laboratory animals. So this means that it kind of approximates or shows you what you will have in your human trials when you do your analysis. I think currently the FDA have approved the use of transgenic animals in trials for drugs and vaccines. Rob, have I attempted it?
Yes, you attempted it. Thank you.
So I can go for come back to something so that we can out. Oh, that's very
So, Prof. Mustafa, thank you so much. Yes, we appreciate you. Yes, for your presentation, at least we know where you are. Yes, the notice was too short, and the hall was really filled in the morning time, even yesterday. So we appreciate our elder, consultants, Adagas. We say we appreciate you. Thank you so much. This time we call on you, you always answer, and you're always there for us. I already promised that you're going to be with us, at least in case we need your input. Thank you so much, sir. Even your presence, you can see when you came here yesterday, even today, all of us are very, very grateful to you. Thank you, sir. Innovative Tech, Isaac, no, Timothy. Thank you so much for your presentation. At least before we didn't even know that Innovative Tech has gone so far. You know? So what we want now is we want that plant to be ready, because you say by 2026 we are going to start production. That's what you said, and we are looking forward to that. Yes, please, Isaac from Fix. Yes, fixing MD. You didn't even no comments. I didn't know he sent somebody. I didn't know he would send somebody. When I saw him yesterday, I was very happy, because we want our indigenous companies to start production of vaccines in earnest. Thank you so much. And when you go back, extend our appreciation to you. Yes. Emson, Jacob, you're always with us. Thank you for your presence. I extend appreciation to the executive and MD of Emson. Thank you. So one of these days, take us there to appreciate what people are doing. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence. At least you added color to our presentation, because even when they were presenting, I'm a pharmacist. We pharmacists, some of us don't know much about vaccine.